Okay. Is it too quiet? Or is it good for you guys? Because this is like the whole music. I mean, the dungeon is different. Who let a wisp open to the Twitch servers? It did break earlier today again? What? What is going on? I haven't came in. I have not. Or common. Ramen? Common? Okay. I'm forgetting what I need to do. Give me a second. Let's hit some buttons. I need 3 more triforce little doohickeys. I don't think I've gotten this one yet. I didn't beat this yet. No. I keep dying. That's why. Let me go. Ah! Oh god! Whoa! What is that? Leave me alone! What's this? What did I do? The heck? Okay, it's just the same entrance as the main entrance? Okay, whatever. That doesn't make any sense to me! Ah, these games! Okay. I figured out that you can flute. I can flute my way to victory. So this is the... Okay. Hold on. How do I use it again? B. Okay, I want to go to Dungeon 3, because that's the closest place. This is not it. I want to go to Dungeon 3 because that's the closest to get the ferry, so we're going to go with the ferry. I'm glad you like it, Theo. It's not it either. You pulled the epic prank on Llama where I filed his taxes. Wait, what? You might turn it up. Do y'all... Okay, it is quiet. Okay. Is that better? Ah! Come on, give me the 3rd dungeon! There it is. Found it! Oh. Oh yeah, you're right. I remember, the direction changes. Yep, you're right. What is happening? I'm going to the ferry. Oh, I'm going the wrong way though. I'm healing myself. Going back to the dungeon. I did that yesterday too. Do we have the command ready? Can y'all type it in for those that just joined that may not know when I was talking about backseat gaming? Please do not backseat game. Please provide hints and advice only if Kylie asks. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Exclamation mark help. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. Let's go. Let's go back. Don't touch me. No. Wait, I hit B. Ah. Oh gosh, I did not mean to go this way. Ah! Okay, we're going back to dungeon number 6. Maybe with the full belly of boba, I shall be victorious. They do look like bulldogs. Wait, no, this is not right. Oh man. Ooh, bombs. I'm gonna go back to the ferry. I need to remember where I need to go. Also, I figured out where the 7th dungeon is. Is this where it is? Yeah, that place, I think, is where the 7th dungeon is. But I already figured that out from the wizard. Alright, sorry, I'm back. Thank you. When I tried playing this Zelda, I couldn't even get past the starting area. I don't blame you. Okay, okay. So I need to go north. And then west. And then south. And then west. I'm pretty sure. He just had to get his say in my health. At least it didn't decrease it, but if I get hit one more time, then it's going to decrease it. Round and round. I know. I don't know. There's probably a shortcut, but this is the only way that I know. So... Freaking Lionel! I was gonna come in here with full health. Ah! Oh well. Here, let me do a save. What a turd! All right. So we're gonna do this again. Oops. Here, let me change that so I don't keep doing that. We want the arrows on. Let's do the arrows. We'll keep the arrows on. I'm thinking. And back to the ferry. I was gonna take one hit and then suddenly decide that that's worth a trip to the fairy fountain. Back to the fairy fountain we go. I just want to have like the best. Oh god. I need to remember to use a D-pad. D-pad, Kylie. D-pad. Don't touch me. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I don't have muscle memory right now from the scars that I had with this dungeon yesterday. So we'll see. Oh, I hate this. I hate this one. Use the bulb of power. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna use some bombs. I'm gonna use some bombs. Cause why not? Oh, okay. Well, it's not really what I want. Do these? Oh, they do hurt. Okay, never mind. I was hoping like maybe the balls from the statues. Oh gosh, maybe the balls from the statues don't do damage like that. Like the fuzzy balls. I don't know how to describe them. The staticky looking balls. Okay. All right. All right. I dislike you greatly. Oh, I was gonna try to get... I think I was gonna try to get, the shield. But then I decided against it. Stop following me. Ah! This place always takes all my health. Look, I'm down to 3 hearts. It's so bad. Oh, man. It's like it's pointless to go to the fairy fountain. Oh, right. I have to move this. Oh. Do I have an iPad? Yes. Why? Fantastic. All right, we're gonna keep going. I'm playing on the Switch. Hi, Lee. You'll remember the bad parts. I will. It's like places like this that give me hope because these things are so easy. And then they have a chance to drop hearts. I feel like nothing else wants to give me a heart in these dungeons. But these guys do. Maybe, wait. Maybe they only drop hearts if they know I'm low. it! Oh. Come back here. Ah, go! Oh, I didn't do so bad. You playing on the Switch? Yeah, I am. If you download the NES and SNES thing, you can play them. That's great. Okay, let's get past these guys. Whoop! Okay. Alright, I killed the mini boss, right? Let's go over here. Forgot what's in here. Oh, these guys. Pew pew! Oh, well, now it gives me this time. Do I want to go down? I don't remember. We're gonna go down. I know whiz robes are in here. Ah! Let me get the candle. Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah! So, I mean, all you have to do is, all you have to have is Nintendo Online, and then you can access it and download it. Hi, Timmy. I'm good. How are you? Ah! 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 I got ganked! I don't feel like paying 1K for iPad Pro. Is it worth it? I mean, it was worth it for my job and what I do and to keep me organized and to draw. I don't know what you consider worth it though. Everybody's different. Also, I don't think it was $1,000. At least mine wasn't. It didn't give me more hearts this time. Why? Oh, I'm gonna be honest, I thought that... Ah! I did better! It's a perk of the membership. Something like that. No! Why do they do so much damage? I have half a heart. Give me a heart. Are you heartless? Well, now I am. Darn it. This dungeon is so hard. A skedaddle? Oh, you have to leave. Oh, I was like, what's a skedaddle? Wow. Wow, Kylie. I'm getting lots of rupees. Alright. It's all about that skill and just taking less damage from stupid rooms like this. I wish this batch just stayed dead. Like the room that I'm about to head to. Like, everything's dead. They need to stay dead. But it won't. How are you liking the game? It's very difficult. But it's interesting. Hi, Nira! Kill all but one of them? Wait, what? Leave one? Leave one bat? But then the door won't open. Unless you're talking about something else. 128. I wonder if there's like a I am way too low on health. This is not going to be good. I should probably just restart it. Theo, thank you for the 8 months. Thank you. There's got to be a trick to killing. It's just skill. At that point, it's just skill of just being able to dodge, having luck, being able to dodge so they don't spawn right in front of you. Yeah, it's okay. Gonna keep trying. Really don't like this room. This room just sets me up for failure because there's just so many whiz robes. And they also can hit you when you're in the doorway. I figured that out not too long ago. That's good to know. Drag, thank you for the 3 months! Yo! How are you doing? Hello! I could be brave and like try to fight these guys. If I get lucky and get a clock on like any of the whiz robes, oh boy. Did this dungeon take you guys a while when y'all did it when y'all were wee lads, maybe? Thank you, Miguel. There. Especially this room. It's too much dodging mechanics. Ah! Ah! This one's okay. You gave up on this as a kid? Oh. You never beat the game. I don't blame you. Ah, don't touch me. Ah. This is probably not even the worst dungeon. Really, Direct? Should I just say, no, I'm not, I'm being brave. I gotta do this. I gotta do this room. Ow. Ah! Oh my gosh. I think I have to go down there. I can't even remember anymore. I could be wrong. Oh. We're gonna just redo that one. I did not get very far. I would go get a heal. The problem is we did that. Hit me. Oh my gosh. I have boba, yes. The problem is I go and I heal, and then I get to the bat room. And it basically just makes it pointless because I just do bad no matter what. Alright, maybe we should redo this one. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep pushing it however far I can go. Yes, I got Thai tea boba. Do bombs kill those things? You know, maybe we should try to take more advantage of bombs. It's not a bad idea. Oh my god! It got me. It got me. It sniped me from afar. Thanks, Michael. How are you doing, buddy? What makes Thai tea special? I don't know, I just really like it. Really hoping for a heart there. You admire my persistence? Thanks. You like the color? The color is a nice orangey. Ah! I tried to get it. Maybe I should have gone up. I woke up from a nap now trying to get my weekly drop in Eden. Very nice. Just gonna be careful. Oh. Well, I got some extra hearts. Okay. I want to know what the person was thinking when they were designing this dungeon. Specifically this room. Like, what were they thinking? Yes, bats. Yes, laser balls everywhere. Ow. Let's make this harder than the boss fight. Come back here. They were thinking, bats! Have you played through A Link to the Past 4? Yes, I have. That will be a replay, but I don't remember anything. So, I will be just as clueless. But it'll be great. No, don't touch me. Blue ones. Okay, okay, okay. Alright, alright. Go for this room. Wiz robes! This one. Wiz robes! And death! These guys scare me so much. They like jump right to you. Wonder if I should just use bombs. Do bombs hurt? No. You know, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. Come over here. Ah, I couldn't even try it. We're gonna try it here. Oh, it does work. Oh, it does work. It works. Oh. Good to know. Good to know. We might waste a lot of bombs in that room, but who knows? They can drop fairies? Ooh, that's really good. This is not good, though. Ah! Hello, I already. How are you? Mommy? What? ain't your mama. Oh. I'd be a good mom, would I? I don't cook, so we'd be ordering takeout every day. Hi, Nintendo! Hello! Oh, wait. I forgot I can pause it and pause the music. Name that song. Name that song, guys. What Zelda game is that from? Just said F that room. Yeah, very much. Sounds fine to me as long as you are buying. I expect my kids to pay for my meals. Wind Waker, yes, you're right. Good job. Have I played Link to the Past? Yes. No. Darn it, I guessed wrong. That would be awesome, Nova. Please, no more getting hit by things. I'm sorry, it's not gonna be that kind of run. I don't want to get hit by things either, though. I'm right there with ya. But I just suck. Oh. Well, I wish that would actually hit and kill all of them. Ah! Already! Thank you for the tier 2! Oh, I love that! I love how he's like, ah, ah. Thank you so much! That was very sweet of you! Welcome to the fairy family! Welcome! I guess you do want takeout then. Okay. I wonder if pausing... Pause. Pause. Wait, where are the yellow ones? They're gone. Those yellow ones are gone. Weird. Oh, what's what I meant to do? Ah! I'm stuck! It didn't kill it. Blasted. I was trying to be sneaky. Didn't work. Oh, I missed. It did damage. The bombs, you mean? Yeah, the bombs do damage. Oh no. You can slowly wear down the crowd. Or what? Oh, do you mean in that room? Now they give you a clock. I know, right? I wish they gave me a clock in this room. Everything stops. And then the beam, and then these things stop shooting at you. Ooh. Kill a ghost, leave it. That's exactly what I was actually going to try him, Tom. At least I'll try. Ah! Woohoo! I dodged! Sucker! Okay. Alright. Did I miss? Okay, hold on. I need to see. I know what's to be expected in that room, but for some reason I don't like it. Okay, and then wait, does it stay lit? No, it doesn't. No! I was gonna leave after I killed both of the yellow ones. Hi, Bully. Best strat is to not die. Who'd have thought? I think you were one of the very first streamers I ever watched. Really? Aw. Oh. Yeah, easy, don't get hit. You can talk it out with the ghost. If only they would listen. I just need to get, like, to the next room, like, just one over. Like, you know, it won't be any problem to you. Just scooch over. Just a little, you know? Just open the door. Nobody has to get hurt kind of scenario. Oh my god, I touched the fire! Ah! Ah! Now there's only the blue ones left! Never mind. I'm just kidding. Wait, do I even have to kill these guys? Oh my god. Oh my god, what are these things? I forgot. Oh, they released the fire bats. Yeah, one of them oh, wait. Wait, I thought they released the fire bats. I'm wrong. Thank you so much for submitting a prodigy. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. Welcome. Oh gosh. Welcome to the fairy family. Aha! I did damage. Ow. It dropped a fairy! Wait. Where did this take me? Wait. Wait. Did it... Wait. Oh my god, where am I? I don't know where I am. Hold on, guys. Give me a second. I'm just concentrating because I don't want to lose any more health if I can help it. Oh. Hold on. I'm just gonna do this just in case. I don't know why, but okay. I am I'm in a room I've never been! Ah! By the way, that one room that I kept dying to over and over, I didn't even need to fight those guys. Pipehead. Hi, Mindy. Hi, Riz. Hello, how are you today, hun? Hello. New room. Progress. I can't even remember the Oh, perfect. Thank you, Zang. I can't even remember what the wizard said. We'll see. No. I'm gonna go here. Ah! Yeah, let me get my candle. Oh no. It makes my sword go away. I got a key! Ah! What is this blasted room? Why do you exist? Let me go! Ah! I forgot what that thing is called. It's a crab. Oh my god, what is it? Molduga? No, right? No, what's it called again? Ufa? Guma? I think I have to use the bow to shoot his eye. I remember the eye. Music to my ears. Oh.
Wow. Good job, Smile.
Thank you, Ghost. Wow. That's so cool. I did it. Okay. I can't believe I remembered that. Three dungeons left. Yep. Wait. Three? Three? I'm guessing you have to finish the triforce and there's an extra dungeon afterwards. Alright, let's go. Let's go. I'm gonna heal myself up. I don't need it, but I remember the wizard saying something about there's a secret to the place where the fairy is not, or something like that, and that's why I think it's this place. I can't remember if I Here, I'm gonna... I think it was something about left. Or maybe it wasn't. Oh, no. I think it was I had to, like, play a tune or something. I remember. Alright. I love how this dungeon is right next to the fairy fountain. Why can't they all be like that? Alright. Let's go to the left. Or to the right. Don't touch me. There should be no reason why I cannot do this one. It gave me bombs, so I'm gonna use the bombs. Thank you, Riz. You're so sweet. Guys, please go stop what you're doing just real quick. Pause and go follow Tasty Peach Studios. Her name is Riz. I call her Riz. And she's a really good friend of mine. Please go send her a follow. She also streams on Twitch. Song of Storms. Drain.
Attempt
well.
number 105 Kappa.
Was that Song of Storms? Thank you, Pi. Okay. Let's keep going. There's gonna be something in this dungeon. I can feel it. Every dungeon's been this way. Where I go and I do it. And it's something new. There's gonna be a new monster, and I'm gonna be like, what? Oh wait, that's kind of new. Boomerang buddies. Wow, they have a lot of health, but this is nice. Just stay still. Yeah! Let's go. Let's keep going this way. Oh. I remember this thing. I remember this guy. Whoa, they have swords. Whoa, it's laggy. Give me that money. Yes. Wow. They all have swords. How cute. Boomerang buddies, also known as gorillas. Like gorillas? But Gorias. Everything is repetition, pretty much. Oops. I wonder if I just run straight, if I could get hit. Oh, no? Okay, let's go up now. This door was unlocked. Oh. There's a secret in the tip of the nose. There's a secret in the tip of the nose. I'm trying to think if there's any statues or something that I walked past. Alright. I'll just have to keep that in mind. There's a secret in the tip of the nose, chat. I don't need this right now, but I'm gonna take it out. There's probably gonna be more rooms where I can't see. Time for a refill. Yes, I need to go get water. Oh, wait. This is a new place. Hold on. Go back. Ah! Oh no. No. The danger. Oh! Ah! Huh? Huh? Wait. What? This is the exit, right? Yeah, that's the exit. Oh, okay, so going... So I was just trying to hit the nose. Don't ask. Okay, well, there's the bats again. I mean, I guess I could start bombing random walls. Aw, Imton! I killed all the bats before, I thought. Maybe this is a different room. Imton, thank you so much for subbing. Welcome to the fairy family. Thank you. Thank you for using your Prime. You were just the best. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, pretty much, right? No, I killed these guys already. Yeah, see? Alright, let's start bombing random walls. We're gonna start with this. Oh! Yes, I knew it. I didn't know it. Yes. Success. Okay. I got lucky. I didn't waste a bomb. Oof, laggy. Oof, so laggy. Whoop! Gonna get all of those. I got a compass! And a fairy that I don't need, but I'm gonna take it anyways. Oh! Darn it. Wow, these guys do drop a lot of fairies. Holy guacamole. Still have water in that. Hi, Aki, thank you. Kylie's retro game radar becoming powerful. Yeah, it is. Nope. Wait, I can go in that room. I have a key. Ow. No, wait. Is this an upgrade? Or is this like he fills my bombs to 8? I think this just fills my bombs to 8, right, chat? Y'all can answer this question. Or does it give me like, oh, it's an upgrade. I feel like that's definitely, I'm gonna get that. Ah, it gives you 12! Wow. Okay, I can always get more rupees. Wow. Wow. I'm gonna go down here and see what's down here. This might be a bad idea, but... lot of bombs. There's gonna be something I need to use these bombs with. Oh, the ropes! I remember. Okay, let's keep going this way. I still haven't found the map yet, but that is okay. Let's go up. Whoa. My favorite sound. Panzer, thank you for the 13 months. Oh, how time flies. I know. How time flies. Thank you, Panzer. It's like one of my favorite sounds. And Tanner's with 27. Thank you so much, Tennis. My goodness, that song brings me back. Same. Those of you who played Maple Story, that's what it's from. Not this one, though. Do I even use bombs? What? I use bombs. Just in a different way. Darn it, I knew he was gonna do something like that. Oh, hi, T-Squeezy. Hope you're having a great night. Currently enjoying some nice air fryer chicken wings. Yum! Yum! Yum, 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 yum. I don't have an air fryer. Maybe one day. But yum! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Why is there so many? Oh my god, give me that heart. What are you doing? Stop moving. Woo! Roll through. What? No. Wait, can I? Oh, wait, can I block their... I didn't know I could block their boomerangs. Interesting. Exclamation mark event. If you guys have any questions, we did a good job answering a lot of the questions that we've seen, especially yesterday. Grumble, grumble. Maybe if I play him a nice song, he'll like me. Yeah? Maybe I boomerang him? Ah! Ah! Never mind! Wait, what's going on? Okay. There's probably another way I can go. The heck? Wait, is this the nose? Is this the nose tip? If a remake of Skyward Sword is revealed, I will legit buy all new merch to go, me too, DeCrow, me too! Me too! Me too, me too. I used to block the stairs and say that to my little brother when he tried to pass and made him bring me a snack. Wait, did you really? You're definitely an older sibling. No, not the nose tip. Oh, okay. Well, I will come back because I think there was another room that I haven't been into. So let me keep exploring, and then if I need help, I'll ask. But I have a feeling that there's still a room that I haven't been in. Like, I can almost guarantee that I haven't. At least I thought. Have I been in that room on the side? Can't remember. Alright, let me double check. I'll keep in mind it's north. It's northwest. Wait, this... Have I been in this one? I feel like I have. Unless it's another room full of skeletons. No, I've been here. Because I see the... I've been here. Okay. Alright. What the heck? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Before, no backseating. Don't tell me what to do. Is there a way that you guys can provide me a hint without telling me exactly what to do? Is there a way to be like, puzzle me this, Kylie? Like, riddle me this. You know? Like a riddle? You can't delete my message. It's okay, I won't look at it. Don't worry. I'll just look from now on, okay? The item you need is not in the dungeon. Oh. Hold on, I'm thinking of like what items that I can buy. I can get a shield. I can buy a potion. A blue and a red potion. I have bombs. Ooh. No, it says I don't have the item. I'm thinking. Hold on, I'm thinking. Is it, hold on. Is it an item I've seen before? That's how we'll play the back seat thing. Is it an item that I've seen before? Some of you guys, y'all might not know. Maybe. Yes, I've seen it. Okay. Like, seen it as in, like a merchant. Poison, thank you! I've seen, this item in a merchant shop. I'm trying to think. I've seen it a couple of times. Oh, okay. Okay, alright. Well, then... Darn it, that means I have to leave. But it's okay. Like, this dungeon was actually... I was like full hearts almost the entire time. So I'm just going to leave and then I'll come back and with whatever item I need. I have 116 rupees. I hope it's enough to buy whatever it is that I need. Wait, I don't think this is the way. It might be the way. Nope. Nope. Okay, this is a dumb question. No, I can't. I was wondering if I could use the flute just to get back to the beginning of the dungeon, but I don't think that's a thing. Oops. Damaging myself. What the heck? Oh wait, no, that's the way. OG Zelda, yeah, OG Zelda. He's hungry. What do you want when you're hungry? Pizza. Oh, is that why it says grumble grumble? Because his stomach's grumbling? That makes sense. Oh wait, was that why you said that, Tom? Because that was a hint? Or did you really do that to your brother? Pineapple pizza. Okay, alright. This is where you guys... This is where I feel like in the past, what I would do, if in the past, you guys drew maps. Obviously, I'm not gonna draw maps. But this would help me figure out, that would have helped me figure out where all the merchants are. Because I don't remember. So we're gonna have a fun time exploring, okay? Oh! No! Hurt muffin. Cody! Thank you for the 43 months! Okay, none of this looks edible, so... but that is the shield I was thinking about. Thank you, Cody! How are you doing today? Hi, Josh! Oh, I did... Oh, and it also was a hint. Oh, okay. Alright, nothing edible unless he likes eating shields. And I don't think he likes eating arrows or bombs. And I already have those anyway, so... Okay, so... First merchant... Not that one. I'm just gonna explore. This is my time to explore. What's a Zelda game without a little exploration? Am I right? Yeah. Dodongos love to eat bombs. True. He's not a Dodongo. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. A key? I don't think it's a key. They're not the kind of people I think. And I already had 2 keys, so no, I don't think it's a key. And it's obviously not the candle or the shield, so. You know what? This candle is dangerous. Remember the guy who sold the ring? I remember who he is, I don't remember where he is. Show him a pineapple pizza and he will complete the game for you, Kylie. I'll take you right to Ganon. I'm finding the merchants, but I'm not finding the merchant. I just got back from a meeting and my boss gave me the morning off, so I'm gonna chill out. Aww, that's nice of your boss, Josh. What is my opinion? I'm not a picky eater, and I don't mind pineapple on pizza. I usually just get pepperoni though. But like, I'll eat it. I think it tastes just fine. It's not like it changes the flavor of the pizza. Like, maybe juice? The pineapple juice? I don't know. Ah! Sorry, my mic. Sorry. Oh! Oh, wait. No, I don't think that was a merchant. I think that was just to get, yeah, that was just to get a heart container. Ooh, 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 maybe here? Darn it. Hi, Angel. This music's banging. It is banging. Does Llama hate pineapple on pizza? Llama's not a picky eater. You know, I used to be worried about these guys. Now I don't care about them. Please tell me I haven't been here. Oh, I have been here. game looks hard. It's very difficult. Was there a reason why they used a gray map? Is it because back then they didn't know how to code a map? Can we do hot, cold? Okay. Hot or cold, chat? If you know where I am. Give me all those rupees! Oh. I'll wait until y'all answer. Freezing. Okay. Hot or cold? Some of it can be like warm, I guess. I think you're a Mordor. Am I? I'm sure they knew how to color the map. Vicious Link wouldn't have the map. Oh. Oh. Can I give a teeny hint? A location that is vague? Sure. I love this arrow. There were a limit on colors? But was it the colors that's the problem? Ice cold? I was warm here, so maybe it's warmer here. Items needed for dungeons that aren't in the dungeon tend to be near the dungeon? What? I checked here, right? We're gonna keep checking anyways. Oh, I checked here. Oh, okay. Let me go back to my dungeon then. Wait, I can't remember. I know it's over here. I can find it again. Okay, alright. This is the ferry. Okay, so then to the left is the dungeon. Okay, so I'm close. I'm close-ish. I'm freezing. What? Oh. Come down. Okay, that's the dungeon. Jog that memory. Wait! Wait. Oh. Colder. Okay. Alright, let me go back. Can I ask you a Texas question? Sure. Wait! Why am I waiting? I mean, I'm still close to the dungeon, so nothing's too bad. I think it would be easier if we went to the starting location. Ow. Am I hot or cold here, chat? I'm right by the dungeon. Well, obviously not, but other side. Did you get snow? We got snow, but it didn't stick. It didn't stick on the ground. It was just like... I'm hot. Can I boop her nose? Yeah, I know it's stuck in Austin. Lucky people. Hold on. Don't worry, chat. I'm just looking around. Hold on. You're from Oklahoma? Yeah? I find it very interesting how knowledgeable Texans are about their history. Oh, you asking the wrong person. But go ahead. Okay. You live in Nebraska? Sorry. Tell us about the Alamo. It's a white building. What is in the basement of the Alamo? A dungeon. Is this isn't what I want, right, guys? This isn't it, right? No, I'm hot! I'm very hot! But they're not selling anything. No, okay. Am I hot or cold going this way? Wait, I remember! I remember! I think yeah, I remember! Ah! I remember! Aha. I remember. Oh, chat, you're the best. I remember food. I remember seeing that. It was a while ago, but I remember seeing that. Ow. Okay, let's go back to the dungeon. Whoop. Oh, did y'all see me dodging those arrows? Why did I do this? Maybe I should have bought that earlier. I be dancing. I do be dancing. Okay, we are prepared. He's hungry. We'll give him food. I wonder if I have to bomb that door again. No, I don't. Oh, no. Don't eat the food on the way. I can see me doing that. This game is full of secrets. Utterly secret. Oh, whoa. It's lagging. The only problem is I don't remember exactly where to go, so we're just gonna experiment. Oh, it's up here. I think, huh? We'll figure it out. Oh, I found it! Oh. Wait. No. It's not this way. It's not this way. It's this way. I got excited. Alright, thank you for subbing! Welcome to the fairy family! Hope you like your new sub badge, which is a beautiful fairy. And then some emotes. Thank you, Art. I could fight them. I could, but I won't. No. Open the door. I'm getting, you know what? This is bad. I'm getting too comfortable. Getting too comfortable, chat. Have you tried winning? I'm trying. I found him! Grumble. He has a sick mustache. I shall pass. We're getting somewhere, chat! Oh, he has a map! Look at that map. Give me that fairy. I hate fairies sometimes. Fairy's like, nah, I know. That clip is so good. Wait, which clip? I didn't see. I was trying to chase a stupid fairy. No. Oh! Dumb. She said she hated y'all? What? I never said that. What? Who's putting lies in my mouth? Unless it was a kidding, I hate y'all. Hold on, I finally see the map. Where am I? There's one floor 2 levels down from me that I have not been. Uno Raptor Mon! Hello! Thank you for the raid! Hi! How was your stream? Hello! Ty, can you help me out? Please? Uh-oh. No, not Mom! It's not Uno Raptor Mom! Hello, Uno! How are you? Oh, you were playing Stardew Valley. Ooh, nice. Very nice. Who are you romancing? And why isn't it... Well, actually, I don't know who I'm romancing in the game yet, so never mind. Look at the lizard face on that map. There's a lizard face. Okay. Okay, alright, let's keep going. Thank you, Uno! Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Here, let me go send you a follow real quick. Hold on. 1 second. I wish you could follow somebody by just clicking like their nameplate. Todd! Oh wait, I already have you followed. Wait, I've rated you before. Never mind. There goes me and my stupid brain. My husband and I are playing this one, so eventually him. Oh! Wait, are playing this one, or... Kylie is romancing Shane. I don't know who I'm romancing. So no spoilers, not saying north, south, east, west, up, down, left, right. Yeah, stuff like that. Like, no directions. Yes. Yes, exactly. Assuming that's what you meant. Or meant to ask. Oh, no, it's so laggy. I don't like these guys. Wait, I got a key. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Maybe, ooh. Maybe it's like I have to push down or something. No. I'm gonna try all directions before I move on. Okay. Well, there's one room. I could go 2 down. Maybe I have to bomb it. Let's try that. I might be wrong, but... Here goes nothing! Aw, darn it. Okay, well maybe we go back this way. down and then bomb. Unless I need to kill these guys in here. Oh, I can try it. I don't really feel like I need to, but I'm going to. Okay, no. Alright, well, let's go down. And then... Oh. That fire can hurt, apparently. I'm gonna try it. It probably won't work, but we have enough bombs. Okay. Alright, one more. Go this way. Oh, well, How rude! How rude! Ah! Wait, that probably didn't even work. Darn it! Okay. Oh, there's a room to the right. Let's try that. Oh my god. It worked! I lost a lot of health, but that's okay. Do you have a follower named Rim Runner? Maybe? I don't know. I can't. It sounds familiar, maybe? I don't really know. Oh, gee, Zelda! How are you liking it? It's hard. Oh my god, Dungeon 6 was a nightmare. Until I figured out that I could skip a room, and then I was like, oh. Well, how about that? Fire! Fireball! Ow. Okay, I'm thinking it's gonna have to be one weird one where you have to move a block and it releases stairs, because I think I tried bombing everywhere. I bombed there, that nothing happened. I bombed to the side of that room and nothing happened. I bombed up here and nothing happened. I only have 4 bombs left. Oh gosh. Never mind, just 3. I'm gonna kill this room and see if I can move any, I'm gonna see if I can move any blocks. It's probably silly, but I wanna try everything. Hopefully it doesn't have to be in like a specific direction. Usually they don't. At least from what I could tell. You have to work tomorrow! Well, have a good night, Minty. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Hopefully I will see you soon. Oh, this is the room I always get so confused. If you think this hard, wait until you get to the end boss. Oh god. Okay, just one more time, just because I can't remember. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay. No, none of them. Wait, did that boomerang go right through me? Come over here. I have a gift for you. Come here. Haha, haha, I got one. Come here. Come here. Hi, Sam. How are you? Come here. Yeah, these are the ones that I try to move, right? And I wouldn't move. Thanks already. Come here. And I tried this one. Oh god, so laggy. Does this one have a room underneath? No. Oops. Okay, I'm thinking it's gotta be one of the lower rooms then. Wait, I didn't ask for help. Shh, don't say anything, don't say anything. I'm gonna try to figure it out first and then I'll say. If I get too lost, then I'll ask. I'm gonna try. There wasn't a room up here. No, okay. Meow. Meow. Wait, maybe it's this room. Oh my god, got teleported. Okay, let's try these blocks. No? There are the dodongos. I don't feel like... Okay, I found all of these. 1, 2, 3. It's just that one missing section. Hi, Steph! Hi, JR! How are you? Have you ever played Ni no Kuni? I have. I really desperately wanted to like it because I love Studio Ghibli, but that game was very hard for me to play in the sense I got so bored. And I don't know, maybe now I wouldn't get bored, but it just drug on and I just couldn't play it. It's a secret to everyone. Oh? Yeah, sure thing. Death count? We don't worry about the death count here, Black Gamer, okay? Yeah, I mean, the other hint that I got was something about the tip on the nose. Oh. Is that what I need to find, guys? The hint that goes with the tip on the nose? Or is that something else? You tried getting one last night? Getting what last night? What? One? That's a good hint. Who gave the hint? Kylie? No, I didn't on Kinder. I did die a lot in that last dungeon. Oh, this dungeon. Dungeon 7's not so bad. Dungeon 6 is like horrible. The nose? Okay, so the nose. The nose. Oh! The nose that knows. I don't remember seeing any statues or anything. Unless, I mean, I can see the dungeon map is like a, how do you do it? How do I used to do it? Nom nom. It's a dinosaur. That's its eye. That should be its nose, but I can't even get there. I can only get here, and then it won't let me pass. And I tried to bomb this room to get there, but it wouldn't let me. And I tried to get to this room, but I couldn't bomb that room, or that room. Is that the nose that y'all are talking about? Or is that not? Is this just a coincidence that it looks like a dude?
Can we get Pac-Man in here to eat all the wizards in the map?
There's no wizards in this map, thank goodness. There's a room that gets you there, just not where you think it is. Okay. Okay. Alright, let me keep looking around in chat. Just hold on. Where am I? Oh. Ow. Hi, Thought Thinking. Thank you for the 5 months. Morning, Kylie from across the pond. Yeah, just a pond. Hi, Thought Thinking. Good morning to you. Follow your nose. Well, following it. My nose. Hold on, I'm gonna keep looking. Can we play hot cold? Not yet, not yet. We will probably soon, but not yet. Hold on. Oh, you know, I'm safe. I'm safe in the water. Oh. Haha. Sucker. Wait. Ooh, maybe it's this room? This is dumb. I'm gonna try everything though, just so that I can say I've tried everything. I don't even know what would be here, but whatever. Just trying it, just to try it. Thank you, Art. Trust myself. Okay. Will do. Fire! Gotcha. Promise I won't hurt you. Haha. Just kidding. Come here. Come here. Haha. Okay. Maybe this is the. Oh wait. At least I got full hearts now. I'm at the tip of his mouth. All you know is a quick way for Kylie to get lost. I mean, I'm gonna get lost regardless. Classic game, awesome choice. Yeah, we're doing an event. I'm gonna be playing all the Legend of Zelda games. That's my goal for 2021. So we decided to play the start with this game. So, did you bomb these walls? My only concern is that if I bomb these walls, it like, usually when you bomb walls, it'll show you you can go up. I mean, I could, but I don't know why I would. Because there's no, unless it's like one of those retro weird things. You're hot and you're cold, you're yes and you're no. Tip of the mouth, that's not too helpful. I don't know. When you, tip of the nose. The game is the retro, wait, this game is the retro of where these things happen. Do you have unlimited amount of bombs? No. Good night, Josh! Okay, we'll play hot, cold. Hot or cold? My New Year's great. It's been good so far. Some of the things in this game are poorly translated from Japanese. Oh, is it not supposed to be tip of the nose? Is it supposed to be tip of the mouth? Cold? Frigid. Okay, hold on. I hate my hair sometimes. It's too long. Ow. Okay. Alright. Let me keep exploring then. Remember where the Goria was? There's been so many! Okay. Blind. Oh. Ow. I was hoping to get a heart. Hot. Hot. Is this the nose? Is this the nose? Is this the nose? Is this where his nose would be? I mean, it looks like a back tooth. Like, this would be a general location. I mean, I know that's his nose. My finger gets cut off, but... Have I used torches in the dark rooms? I've been using my candle. Top back tooth. Try another way to get to the row on top. I know, I'm trying to figure out this darn row. Unless, can I bomb? Did I bomb up here? I can't remember.
Long.
I did. Lol. I don't know. Okay, obviously this is warm. Wait. Hold on. Okay. Oh, okay. I tried to go up there.
Is cereal soup?
Cereal is cereal. Cereal is not soup. I've been here. It's not soup. Hot? Hot? Flamin' hot Cheetos? Hi, Alex. Darn it, not quite flamin', but there's fire in here! The eye. I can't see anything. Is the eye... Did they mistranslate? It's supposed to be the eye instead of the nose. Ah! Give me 2 hearts or a fairy, you jerk. Oh. You owe me 3 hearts. You owe me. Wait, does that mean I can bomb? Flamin' hot Cheetos. That doesn't make any sense to me!
Which would you prefer to have as your roommate? A goat or a bird?
A bird. Why? That doesn't make any sense! That doesn't make any sense! Everything's a lie. Everything's a lie in this game. Everything. Everything. I'm mad. That doesn't even help. Like, how? How is I supposed to know? How do I get in there? Got him. Got him. Give me that heart. I was just slow. Whoa, what's that? Another candle? What? I already have one. What? What? Oh, it changed color. What? Look at it! Ah! Look at it, the eyeball. That's me. It's a better candle? Oh, okay. Use it again. Oh, fire! Okay. Maybe I can go this way now. Accomplishment ever. Enter too. Thank you so much, Mo. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Aki. The candle you had, you can only use 1 per room. You are correct. AK. That's why it was blue. Hold on. I need to save. I haven't saved. Just in case something happens. I'm mad at this game. That made no sense. Still doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, double the fairies! Wants me to go. Okay, hold on. There's 2. Okay, there's 2 paths. Ooh. Is that 10 or 5? Oh, they keep giving me bombs. Wasted fairies. They're not wasted. Ah! Watch them when he's like 6. Last time there was 3. Oh, there's still only 3. Darn it. Oh, they're super fast. I'm just gonna wait until they come to me then. Ow. Never mind. Aha! Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Do I have to do this room? What? Whoa! Ah! No, let go of me! No, let go of me! Ah! Oh, I hate these guys. I hate those things so much. Ugh. I remember them from other games. Oh gosh. Oh, why do I keep damaging myself? Ugh, get out of my way. Okay. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know what I was doing. I was just running around. I can go to the eye, so let me go back to the eye and restart. Don't play with fire. They just want to hug you. Well, they can go hug themselves.
You're so cool, and I really don't like streams, but I love watching your streams. The first time I saw you was in YouTube when you played Age of Calamity, and I thought you were so cool. I hope you enjoy this bits and have an amazing day, and good luck on your road to play all the Legend of Zelda games less than 3.
Oh my god, I love how he talks. Fernando, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I'm so happy you found me from YouTube. That makes me feel so happy because I've been working really hard on my YouTube to be able to attract awesome people like you. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the 100 bits. I love how he sounds. I love the Siri version of this, I don't know. I forgot his name, but whatever. I'm cool-hearted. Excuse me. Okay. Alright. We're back to the eyeball. Okay. Do I have to... Oh, darn, I have to fight these guys again. Okay. Oh, I guess you use your bow and arrow. Okay, that's how you're supposed to do it. Oh, wait. I don't need to go down here. What am I doing? Oh, or I could candle them. That's true. I wonder... Oh, so I can't bomb. Hold on, let's go back. Can I bomb this one? There's still that that row underneath me. That's okay. Oh, the nose. Oh, let me go to the nose. Maybe I can't remember. Doesn't the nose have all the dodongos? Wait, no. This room. Oh! This is the nose. On the tip of the nose. Oh. Wait. I'm on the nose. Is this out? Is it? This doesn't. I don't. Oh, keep trying. Oh, wait. Hold on. Ah! Ah! Haha. Is there another way to kill those guys? I said tip of the nose. Okay, that one makes sense. Where am I? I'm where I need to be! Huzzah! Wait a second. Dragon! Wait. Only 1 rupee? Man, it's cheap dragon. Woo! We did it! Woo! You know how what would be so evil is if those hands were in this room. They take you all the way back to the beginning, and you're like, no. Yes. I need 1 more. And there's 2 dungeons. Okay. I don't think give me 1 moment. I need to go use the restroom. Okay, y'all enjoy this music. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Get up and stretch your poor knees if you've been sitting down. Stretch your knees, stretch your lower backs. Go take your medicine if you haven't taken your medicine today. And go get some water, okay? I'll be back, okay? Just give me like 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna hear this. Oh, don't say the D word, Jabroni. I'm gonna hear this music, repetitive music in my sleep tonight. I had it in my sleep last night. So I forgot there was one thing. This is totally unrelated. Hold on. But it's totally unrelated, going elsewhere. So for work, I was trying to find some like games, that educational games for younger kids and stuff. And while I was looking, I got like a blast from the past, and I was so curious if you guys ever played this game. Let me hold on. I'm trying to remember exactly what. Okay, yes. Did you guys ever play Zoom Beanies when you were younger? I know that's so random, but I was looking today and here, let me show y'all. Did y'all ever play this game when y'all were younger? Did y'all ever play this game? Did y'all ever play this game? When I was looking up games today, I saw this and I was like, I forgot I had that core memory in my brain. This game made me so mad. I never understood how to play it. I feel like one of these days I want to find how to play this again, and I just want to play it so I can know how to beat it. I mean, granted, I was super young, so maybe that's why I didn't understand, but oh my god, I played this. How old is this game? Here, I can't search when I'm on this screen. Hold on. Oh gosh, I hit the wrong button. Oh my god, I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. It was wait, the latest release was 2015? Wait, what? It was no. Oh, it was 1998 or 2001, one of those games. It's really old. So wait, who said that they know? Oh, Cat! You do know! Is there nobody else? Is it just me and Cat? Oh wait. And Silent. You played Freddy Fish? I can't remember if I played Freddy Fish or not. Is it just me and Silent? Okay, well, I gave y'all a key memory back that you probably forgot about. They remastered it? I think we know what we're gonna play. Not now. Not for a while, but... Oh. So crazy. Okay. Alright. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm gonna go look around for dungeon number 8. Oh. 8. Have I gotten a clue for dungeon 8? I feel like I have. Oh, waterfall? No. Waterfall? What was the thing about the waterfall? I remember there's a waterfall. Oh, one. You jerk! Ah! Am I missing an item? I mean, this is the last dungeon. Don't help, chat. Don't help. Not right now. Let me do a bit of exploring, and if I get totally stuck for hours, not hours, but if I get stuck for a while, then I ask. There's a lily pad one too. What do you mean lily pad? Hold on. Level 8 is the most random spot. Oh god. Wait, what did Kat say? Hold on, I want to read what Kat said. Did anyone play Alien Tales Reading Galaxy? I don't know about that one. Wait, Catherson, you know Zumbinis? Is that what you said? I know it. The pizza puzzle? I can't, honestly, Silent, I can't remember the game that much. I can remember a couple of stages, but maybe I didn't even get that far. Oh wait, maybe I did. I don't know, there's something vague about pizza and Zumbinis. Do some exploring. So that was the first dungeon. Oh, maybe it's in the desert. No. Ooh. You know the reason why I chose that one is because on that other puzzle where you had to buy the blue ring, you had to touch the statue. I think this is new. A secret is in the tree at the dead end. Okay, so I guess it's in the forest. That's assuming that's for the dungeon. Wow, that was actually really cool. I found something I needed to find. Burn all the trees! We're gonna be an arsonist. Poor trees. At least I have the updated candle. So I can do that, I guess. I was disappointed level 7. Boss did make it harder. I mean, level 7 was easy. Well, actually, I take that back. Not knowing where to go and knowing you needed to go to the stupid eye. Dumb.
What word do you have the hardest time saying?
You know, I feel like things happen and I try to read something and then I have a hard time saying it, but when you ask, I can't remember. Maybe somebody in here can remember. I do not remember. I knew what you were going to say before you said, does anyone know this old game? No way. Did you really? Is it because I said like, do you know like Zoom or something? And then you're like, Zumbinis? Alright, where's all the trees? Ow. Ow. Where are the trees? No! Ha ha ha. Got her. Depths? That's an easy word to say. Cinnamon? Cinnamon's easy for me. La 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 la. Ah! Ah! Those stupid frogs. I can never remember what these things are called. Kiska! Thank you for the 43 months. Ooh, trees. Thank you, Kiska. Thank you. Aluminum? Aluminum is easy. Wait, what was the hint again? Oh, you know what? Is it like a stupid like 5th tree. No. No, you were saying I was looking for some kid games. I remember this old game, and oh, and I was like, she's going to say Zoom Beanies. Ah, that's funny that you. Oh my god, that's so good, Kath. That's so good. I know. I've been trying to find some kid games, and you know it's really hard to find updated children educational games. Just FYI. For some reason, I was struggling to find any. Oh, the secret is the tree at the dead end. Thank you. Okay. Alright. What the heck? Okay. Maybe it's like a dead end. Like... I don't know. Wait, why can't I use the fire? Oh. I can't use the fire on the side. Okay. Oh! Maybe here? It's a rock? That's not a tree? How do you know it's a rock? Looks like a snail. Burn all the trees! Oh! That's what I get. Well, I don't think it's in the desert. Hey. Hey! Is this the 7th dungeon? Oh, 8th dungeon. 8th. Yeah! We found the tree! Okay. Cool. Cool. It's under a tree. Ha ha ha. Who would have guessed? If I did not find that secret... Choking on air. I got too excited. If I did not find that secret, how the heck do people find that dungeon? Oh. I'm dying. Ah! Nintendo Power! Maybe the guide. No! No! Wait, what? After you find this as a kid, you kind of just burn everything inside at that point? Yeah. most people found this dungeon before their second dungeon. Wait, why? How? What? Oh, save. Thank you. Save. Apparently the original manual also hints at the location for 7, 8, 9. Oh, does it? Ow! No, no! No, leave me alone. Oh my god, I hate these little balls. Okay. Dungeons are very white and very gray. Ooh, what's this? Oh gosh. I got the manual! For the Holy Bible. I don't know, what is that? Is it a book? Is it a controller? Is it, what is that? Is it a book? It's the Bible! It, like, you know how Japanese books, they're different, they open, like, it's a manual for the game! Exactly. I also just beat the game as you were going through this. Wait, did you? Nintendo power! I can beat the game now. I have the manual. Okie dokie. Whew. Okay, let's keep going through. Who knows what this dungeon's gonna be like? I just hope it's not like the last one. Or like the 6th one. I don't mind if it's like the 7th. I'm not gonna waste any bombs yet until I look at all the rooms. Alright. Bombing time it is. Oh my gosh, I hate these little balls so much. Darn it. This room gave me bombs. Yeah! Maybe the rooms that give you bombs are like a clue. Oh god. Or maybe it's just because these things exist. Yikes. I'm gonna die. Ooh, it's the bunnies. I got the compass. I hate this room with a passion. Oh man, these things don't take any damage from that. That's so silly. Oh man. Okay, alright. Let's redo. I wonder, just for reference, I wonder how far I am away from the fairy fountain that's on the westernmost side. By the snail. I think I'm far away from the snail. Just buy potions? I could. Those are Poes. You never knew you could kill those guys with arrows? Oh. Decently close? Okay. Well, I won't go now, but it is something I'm gonna try to keep in mind. I really don't like the dark nuts. I don't like these guys. I don't like this room. I don't like this room at all. I'm gonna have to keep killing this room, aren't I? The croissant. Ooh. Oh my god, it's so laggy. These guys walk right to you. Nyah. Nyah. At least they're not far. Lidos are still horrible. I don't know, man. I feel like these guys are just as bad. Oh my god, why is it so laggy in here? Ugh. Do I have to go this way? I have one more key. Brightly? I mean poles, misspelled. What's a pole? You definitely want to not run with 3 hearts. Okay, well, let's go back out and, let me figure out where the fairy is. I don't think it's too far. Those are the bunnies. Do I have to keep going east for the ferry again, guys? Or is it like easternish? I'm trying to remember. Pole's voice is a rabbit. Pole's voice? Voice? Interesting. I think I found it. Or not. Colder? This is the beginning. Don't forget there's one more dungeon after this. Yeah, I remember. Or, well, I know. I don't remember what the stupid fairy is. Okay, now I remember. But now I don't remember where the dungeon is. The Famicom controllers had a microphone so ahead of their time. Wow. Do I go? My sense of direction, I have none. Let me go in! I got 10. I got 10 rupees. Woo! Big money! I've never seen I've never seen that map before. Whoa, I haven't seen this one either. Darn it. Hold on, I'll have to go back to the ferry. I don't know where I am. What is all of this? Fallen! Thanks for 14 months! Why did you do the sad face? Oh, you meant the happy face? 30! Woo! Okay. Wow. Okay, let me go back to the fairy fountain. Is that a dungeon I've already been at? That's a dungeon I've already... That's like dungeon number 2, right? Good night, Jayma! If you don't have the main theme burned inside your head now, then you're doing it wrong. That's 2. I get so lost. This is why a map is so useful, chat. I walk into the enemies because I know I don't care because I'm gonna go to the fairy fountain. You have a map. I know I don't. That gray thing over there is not a map. Oh, there's a dungeon. Hold on. Am I gonna play Diablo Immortal? No. Hello, Bondage. Why not? Because I don't want to play a mobile game. Hi, King. Guys, I can't remember where the Fountain Fairy is. I just came from there. I need a map. Ah! Arrows cost rupees? Oh, they do? Oh, I didn't even notice!
Wow. Don't forget arrows cost money.
I didn't remember! Uh-oh! Well, that explains a lot. I only have 20. Okay, guys, I'm in need of some assistance. Let me go back to the dungeon, and then you guys can tell me where the fairy fountain is, because I got there, and then I got lost, and then it's just a sea of I don't know where I'm going. I had it, and then I lost it. Have I been in here? Maybe. Okay, I found the dungeon. Now where? Shield upgrade for 160. I'm broke! I can't afford that! Oh my god, he walks through the stairs. Why not play a pretty song? Because then I'll get lost. It'll teleport me to a dungeon, and I don't want to go to a dungeon. Find the croissant. What? How do I get to the fairy fountain, guys, from here? If you go left from the dungeon and go right past the tiny lake, if you go left from the dungeon, oops. If you go left from the dungeon, left, and go right past the tiny lake. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Spent hundreds of on arrows. Well, don't blame me. Use the flute, but you can't use the flute to go to the fairy fountain, and you can't use the flute to go back to the dungeon. I figured it out, guys. Fairy fountain! Oh god. I'm already lost. How many potatoes does it take to screw a light bulb? What? All the potatoes. Oh my god. I hate these guys so much. Ooh. Though, I don't mind getting that. Okay. Alright. It's not ideal, but it's something. Okay, let's save. Okay. Okay, and now I know where the fairy fountain is, though I'll probably get kind of confused. Okay. Alright. Let's keep going with this horrible area. How many bomb hits does it take? What? Please don't tell me it resets it. Okay, thank God. That would have been so mad. How many hits? Finally. Woo! Jeez Louise. That took so much out of me. Yeah! Oh, yay! open both doors. Here, we'll do one at a time. No, thank you. I don't want to go there. Let's go this one. Oh. Oh, man. Got him! Spectacle Rock is an entrance to death. Sounds like a wonderful thing to find. Spectacle Rock. Okay. I'm guessing that's a hint for something in this death. Yay, lucky me. Okay. Oh wow, we're actually really close to the triforce. Alright, darn it. I'm probably gonna have to go back to that one room. I only have 4 bombs though. Dang nabbit. Oh, this is just painful. Absolute pain. Because this one also has those things. Oh, look at that. Each and every time. Resting. Which Zelda game would I want to live in the most? Probably Breath of the Wild. No. I wonder if I have to redo that room if I die. Pain. All right. Is it necessary to complete the game? What do you mean, complete the game? What happened to your hearts? They were stolen by the Dark Nuts. Why are you not being nice? For real. The Dark Nuts are just so hard. I need more bombs. I need to like kill more of those little bulldog guys. Moblins. Wait, it's not this one. You can save after defeating those Lionels of the first room, no? What Lionels? No. No! I hate you! I hate you! Ooh, bombs. Okay. I'll take the bombs. Oh, you mean oh, you mean the dark nuts? The blue things? I mean, I could. I could. The problem is they just take so much health away from me. Oh gosh, what am I doing? I wish they were damaged by other stuff and not just bombs. You know what I thought was worse than bats? Or this is definitely worse than that bat room. Like 100% worse. Okay, we did it. Time to do it again. Hoping they were gonna give me a fairy, but okay. This looks awful. It's just very hard. This one's even worse. I really hate this room. These two rooms. Oh, jeez. Oh. Does the shield help me against dark nuts? Probably not, huh? But the only problem is, okay, this is what I'll do. Well, I don't know. I have an idea of what I want to do. I'm gonna save right before. I'm gonna save when I have full hearts and I'm right in front of the thing. That might be a little cheating, but maybe I'll get somewhere. Bombs would be nice. What? I pressed that? I wonder if I kill them, they would drop some. Can block the statue shots, but nothing against dark nuts? Darn. Okay. Alright. Okay, we're gonna use this one. At least you've gotten good at finding a fairy fountain. True. The problem... Okay, the problem, it's not even just the things that... It's the stupid lag. This room is so laggy. Look at it, lags. Y'all can see it. Oh! save here. I got too lucky there. I'll take it. Darn it. Ooh, I'll take it. I will not. No. Not doing that. Use my ultimate. What's my ultimate? I know exactly where I'm gonna shoot. Let's save in this room. Oh my god! Hi, Ninja! This is incredible. I also have 8 bombs. Oh wait, hold on. Let me equip the bombs. This is incredible! I'm like sacrificing my HP. Oh no. Oh! There's a room! Ninja, thank you for the 37 months. Hello, you the best. No, you the best. How are you? How are you doing? Look at that. Oh darn, I don't have any more. Every time, they know. They just know. They just know. Haha. Okay, well, let's go this way. I'm at 3 hearts, which is a bummer. Oh no. Let's come back. Maybe I can find some bombs or something. Oh god. Oh. No, what am I doing? Oh, bombs! get pushed around. Run to the stairs. Oh, do I not need to fight? Whoa, what was that? Okay, that was dumb. I'm not running to no stairs. Through that! No! I'm gonna just take my time. Very slowly but surely. Try to dodge all these stupid balls. Just dodging all of them left and right. And try to find a way to zap. I love how no. Got one. Woo! Bombs. Stairs. Gets booped to death. That's exactly what happened. Whoa, why is there so many rabbits? That. I have to kill them, don't I? No, the evil bunnies! Tenth enemy has the bomb? 10th? Okay. I have to kill this room to escape, don't I? I love that I hit myself. Stop it! I want to escape. I don't think I want to keep wasting my bombs, though. Gonna die again. I'm gonna have to do that old room again. Wait, no I don't. Because then I can just go to that. Okay, just kill me. Kill me. Or actually, I could just do this. What did I save it on? Was it this one? 10th enemy. People are so creepy. It took years for people to understand what that meant. What, the 10th enemy thing? Or the death one? I'm gonna assume maybe like the 10th mini boss or something. I feel like I've killed. I was assuming there's even that many here. Okay, hold on. Let me go in here and let me save. I'll save on 3. I think I did pretty good here. And then all right, can't. Okay, hold on. No, let's redo. I could explain if you want, only if you ask. Oh no, it's okay. I don't need to know right now. I probably am not even anywhere close regardless. Oh my god, stop, Kylie. How long does that last? Oh my god, it's so laggy. I'm just gonna keep doing this till I stop getting hit from stupid stuff. I'm trapped. I don't mind get hit by the little fuzzy balls. Static balls or whatever. They just make my sword go away. Ooh. Okay, so it gives me... Wait, is that the 10th enemy? Huh. Oh my god, I got hit by a bat. One, 2, 3, 4. No. These guys give you bombs, but I feel like that's not my purpose. I don't know. Fuzzy bunnies. Run for it! Do these boomerangs work on the... They don't work on them, do they? Quite the petting zoo. What? Ooh. The only way to survive this room is definitely by the arrows. Whoa! Aw, man. Always the last one that gives me the clock. Always. The original Zelda, it is. Yep. I feel like we're doing pretty good. Hold on, I can't see anything. Okay, alright, I'm gonna save here. I think this is a pretty good place to create a new one. We're gonna create it on 4. Now I have to go through this room again. Hi, Outback! What 3DS games do you recommend? Any of the Zelda games on the 3DS? Am I in a relationship? Yes. Hello, Outback. Thanks, Big Blue. Okay. Alright, let's try to get this room. The thing is, I can hear. Got the key. I didn't really need a key, though. That was the thing. Bombs. Okay. Okay, I did pretty good. I'm still okay on hearts. I still don't know where the map is. I was about to go in the fire again. Hi, Josiah. Hello, how are you? Hi, Panda. Ooh. Oh, I forgot I didn't kill these guys, did I? Darn it. I'm gonna redo because I need to fight these guys. I'm not gonna use any bombs though. Because I feel like they're gonna be important later. Oh gosh. How to get close? I was trying to see, like, if... I don't know what I was trying to see, but yes, getting closer made me, you know... It made me feel like I was getting somewhere. Don't walk into the fire. Not cool, literally. Oh, meow. Okay. No, no, I need my sword. No. I hate you guys so much. Why do you have to be so mean? Oh, this room is just pain. You know what? I'm gonna use my bombs. I'm gonna use them. Might be a bad mistake, but oh well. I still get hit. Or at least there's less. Oh, there's bombs. Oh, I just keep getting hit though. Alright. Every time. Oh. This isn't good. I'm only gonna have 3 hearts. If that. Oh, I have 4 hearts. Okay. Alright. 12 bombs. I'm full. I don't know if I wanna keep this file, but I think I will on 1 or 2. Good on 2. No, not the bombs. But I went up here, right? Because this is... Oh, I didn't. Hollow, where am I? Oh, yes, there was a lot of rooms that I've missed. Ah. Let's keep going up. Good night, JR. Oh, this doesn't look like a fun room. Oh man, you are not a fun person to be around. Oh, I'm glad I saved. Okay, we're gonna we're gonna reload. Oh wait. Can I use the bombs on this guy or no? Just the arrow? Oh. Oh man. Darn it, it's like bumping me. It's like bumping me into the stupid crab. Here, I have an idea. We're gonna do this. And we're gonna save over this one. And I don't have to keep getting my arrows. Does the arrows? Okay. Figures. Rewind? No. I don't want to rewind. Why does there have to be so many of these? Oh, come on. What? No. No! I hate this crab. I hate this room. This room's horrible. Horrible. Absolutely disgusting. 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 Good night, Panzer. I think I'm gonna use the thumbnail, whatever. Can I just keep like walking in like one? How many hits does this guy take? I hit his stupid leg. If I can't hit him the very first time I walk into the room, it doesn't count. You're almost there? Am I? There's like tons of rooms that... Oh, there we go. There's tons of rooms that I'm missing. How was I able to like one-shot that one crab? That first time. Oh, there we go. Wait, you can shoot multiple arrows at him? Oh. God bless. Wow! Have I been here? I don't think I have. Hi, Zayden. Save. I'm scared. I have bombs. What am I doing? I have enough bombs. Darn it. Well, I don't want to waste them. I wasted so many. Hi, cool bro. Aww. Yay. Beautiful. Oh my god, you stupid bats. What is that? Oh. It was a Lion King key. Not Lion King. A Lion Key. Cool. I got a Lion Key. Yay. High five. No, give me the stupid. I was trying to run as fast as I could to get the stupid heart. Oh my goodness. Wait, I can go down? Money. Oh, it looks like the key. I didn't even realize. So this room is the triforce. So there's one room right here that I'm missing that I need to get to, but then there's like these two. 1, 2 that I need to find. Unless I can like bomb my way there, which I'm pretty sure I can't, but guess who's gonna try it anyways? I'm a failure. Free money, I know. Free money. Why do you exist? Why? I wonder if I can like... Wait. I can just go here? Oh. Stay away from me. Oh, oh. Oh my god, you stupid bat. Okay, alright. Have I... Okay, yes? How is there magically doors all of a sudden? Maybe I missed them. I'm scared. I know arrows use rupees. Here, actually, let me go back in this room and save. I know I keep going back and forth. Alright, let's save. Here. Aw! CB! Psych! Thank you so much for subbing! Welcome to the fairy family! Thank you for that. Thank you. Hope you like the emotes and the fairy badge next to your name. Thank you! Thank you! I only just learned, though, that rupees... You should not be using rupees. Or not rupees. You should not be using arrows when you don't need to. I learned that. I learned that the hard way. What? Oh. I don't need to do that. Duh. Okay. There's only 2 rooms I haven't gone to, and that's like the rooms. Hi, Kara. Hold on, guys. I need to go use the restroom real quick. So give me just a second, okay? Be right back. Hold on. I gotta go to the bathroom. Give me like 2 minutes, okay? Hold on. Okay. I hear the mini boss or the boss. It's a dragon. What do you do with the dragon key though? Is there someplace that was locked? has some real OG followers. I do. Holy cow, Jason. Holy cow, Kara. Y'all been here for, I want to say, a little bit. Just a little bit, you know. I've been everywhere besides the place I need to be. Let's see. The 10th enemy drops bombs. Okay. Maybe at the 10th of something I need a bomb something. Or what is it? Something about, what did he say? The spectacle rock is an entrance to death. I'm guessing that's like to the next dungeon. Because it says entrance, and I don't know where else to go after this, so. This might be wrong, but I'm gonna try something. No, I don't wanna. Why do you exist? CB, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Thank you. Have I been here? Oh, you jerk. Oh, no. Was it this one that I needed to go to? Devi! Devi's the first follower? I don't know if he's the first follower. He's definitely been following for a very long time. I should have a founder badge. Why don't... Wait, is it only Devi? No, Devi and Ryu have both the first. Wait, why don't you have it, Sono? How do you have a amount of keys? Oh, I do. I have A. I have an A. Is it because I have that key up there in the corner? Maybe it's because it's the master key. Yeah, maybe. Can I give him my key? Oh, A. Awesome. Gotcha. Flaggy. I don't know where I gotta go. Is there a nice, very, very quiet, subtle hint I could have? I was thinking, like, since this is the 10th room, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, wait, that's 9. Never mind. I thought I was getting to somewhere and then I miscounted, but I don't even think that's where you gotta go. Wherever you go, there you are. Is that the hint? I was streaming since you were 5 years old. Wait, what? You had the right idea earlier, but we're in the wrong spot. I had the right idea earlier. Are you talking about like when I was bombing stuff or no? If you go everywhere, you will end up where you need to be at some point. Ala la la bomba. Ala. Okay, so I do have to bomb things. Don't worry about the clue about the 10th enemy. Okay. I don't like this room. Ala la 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 bomba. Ah! Ala la bomba. Oh. Well. No matter where you go, there you are. What? Is that the clue? Or is that y'all just debating me? Is that a clue? Is that the clue? Is that the clue? Wherever you go, there you are? Because I can try to guess what that means. Also, hold on. Being annoyed by my computer right now. There we go. Okay. Oh, you're just memeing? Oh, darn it. Okay. It's related to drop spawns? Okay. Then what oh, so bombs, that was the clue. Okay. Let me try again. Do I really have to fight this room again? Like, no. Just no. Where was I? I don't mind fighting these guys again, but... Okay. It's from a Diablo 1 shrine. Oh, is it? I don't even know if I need to be here. I think I tried this one and it didn't work. Stupid. And this is this old man. And then that one won't work. Oh, I've been here. I'm wasting all my bombs? Yellow map doesn't match the dungeon map. If you hold L and R down, you can... Yes, you can rewind. You have the map and compass, it just... Do you remember how to get where you need to be is the question. Clearly not. Oh yeah, I have the that hidden. Because I thought it looked ugly. It's okay, we're gonna keep exploring. If I die, then I can just reload, which is nice. If I run out of bombs, I can just reload as well. Do I need to fight these guys? I don't know. I need another clue. Because I'm lost. Follow your nose? Is this another nose one? Follow your nose? How did I get to the nose? Oh, darn it. Is it those stairs? Oh no. I know, I do have to fight those stairs again. No. Thanks, Aki. You have to give me a bit. I can't do that right now. Die. 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 Oh, I got both of them. Why aren't you die? Just die. It's impenetrable. Oh, there we go. Is it the 10th old man? Oh, is that what that one is? That is? Have you ever played any of the Shantae games? They don't sound familiar. Come over here. Come on. There you go. I'll just drag you out myself. Oh, gosh. This isn't good. Still not good though. But I got, I think, to where I gotta go. No, this isn't it. Hey, this is not the stairs that I need. It's not the stairs. There's gotta be other stairs. Where's the other set of stairs? Let's go this way. Is there any stairs down here? on, my headset's about to die. Ugh, I got a key. I know I got the key. I'm just trying to find the entrance. I don't think I've ever found the... Have I found the entrance? It's very possible that I have. But I don't know. This is clearly not where I need to go though. I found them. Stop. Jeez. No. Oh, I hate these balls. Oh. Oh, goodness. Do I need help? No, I found stairs. I think these are the stairs that I need. Now I just need hearts. If you have some extra hearts, I'll gladly take them. I'm gonna die. Darn it. Okay, I'm just gonna reload before I die a tragic death. Okay, let me see if I can get back there without taking too much health away. This is the room that I need to watch out for. I just need to go south. Darn it, get out of the stupid... Get out of the way! Let me just get over there. No hearts, only tingle booty. No! I need actual hearts. There's a dungeon. Oh, I wish there was something. I wish I could, like, shoot him backwards or something. So then I could be like, move! And this room just lags to high heaven. Oh, did it. We did it. Okay, I'm gonna save here. Because this is like the most amount of hearts that I will have. Actually, I could go and do the fairy fountain. We'll see. Okay, let's focus on this area. Okay, one down. Ooh, there we go. Why do those things get to bounce me everywhere? Okay. Isn't that just the entrance? This is, but I don't know. We'll see. I'll see. Maybe I can just go to the fairy fountain and come back. But we'll wait. You turned on me the last second. You knew what you were doing. You are self-aware. Curse you, dark nuts and whiz robes, man. Ooh, I'm so glad I killed so many whiz robes in AOC. I will gladly kill them all again. Okay. But I couldn't just, you know, push the block. Stop following me. Okay, I think that's enough bombs. Oh, we go. Finally! Oh. Wait a second. Is this also wrong? I thought this was correct. I forgot it gave me the Bible. I don't think I found the stairs. Darn it, I went through that hell, and then it wasn't even it. Oh. I don't think I found the stairs. I don't think I found the stairs. I've been everywhere! That's where you found the Bible. Yeah. May as well go back to the fountain at this point. Maybe. Do I need help? Yeah. I don't know where to go. I'm completely lost. I thought I knew, but I didn't. Also, I don't know why, but that scared the ultimate poop out of me. Ryan, thank you for 6 months! Thank you, Ryan. Hello. Thank you for being sub for half a year. You need to clear the room you've just been walking past. Do you remember the room with the cute bunnies? No. I'm just gonna be real up and honest with you guys. No, I don't remember. Which spine is that? Is it a spine room? Where it's the spine? Like on his spine? One of these? Do I remember the room with the spiral thing? No. It has a spiral in it. I don't remember. Oh wait, I do remember. But I don't know which one that is. Which one is that one? Hot or cold? Hot? Is it this one? Frustration and confusion. Is it a specific room you walk into and just walk past all enemies? You need to clear that room? Oh god. That means I'm gonna have to redo the whole dungeon, aren't I? The spine one? Is it that one? Or is it this one? Or this one? 1, 2, 3. Unless it's not either of those. Yeah, I remember, or kind of silent. The thing is I remember, I just don't remember what room. Where's the sense of adventure? Well, I had my sense of adventure. Alright, let me go and heal all the way up, because I don't think there's a point in even attempting this room. Oh wait, not this room, but the room up there. This room. Unless... No, they don't open the door for me. So we're gonna go and heal up and then come back. 2? Okay, thank you. Kyle's had enough adventure in this dungeon. Honestly, it hasn't been too bad. It's just me getting tired. And I wanted to beat this dungeon before I have to go to bed. Okay, we're going the right way. The problem is, by the time I get to that room, I'm probably gonna have like only 3 hearts. I got lucky to get that far where I was. You'll all stay all the way over there.
Even though I want to stay, I'm going to bed. I have school tomorrow. Here are some bits. Take care and good night. Bye.
Thank you, Fernando. Have a good day at school tomorrow. Okay. Alright. Let's create a new save over this one. Okay. Are we ready? I did a good job. Thank you. Moral support. Oh. Alright, this room again. If I can get at least a couple down. Okay, then I feel a little bit better. Yeah. Oh. Ah! Wait. Wait a second. Darn it, I have to fight this room. I should probably not have wasted all my bombs. Panic mode! I hope I can still do the boss without any bombs. Do I have to clear that room? I need a bomb. Oh crap. Okay, well let me try to go kill. Let me see if I kill some of these mummy guys. Maybe they'll give me a bomb. Oh man. Oh no. Might have to redo. Is it this one that I want? No, I need to go down. I'm gonna have to redo it. I'll try to save it after. I'll try to not use any bombs. Man, this absolute torture. Like this should be the last. This should be the last dungeon for what they've put me through. I scooted him. Alright, let me save. Okay, alright, let me just scooch on by since I have enough bombs. Okay, where am I? I'm here! We made it! Get out of my way! Woo! Wait, did I get that heart? Or did it just go away? Ow! That would have been epic if I got both of them. Josh, thanks for the host, buddy. I have to fight this room, don't I? Or maybe I don't. It was there the whole time! Ah! It was there the whole time, chat. Die! I had enough hearts. Yeah, wow, look at my life is all even. Just tank it. Yay! We finally found the last triforce. I beat the game! I beat the game! Wow!
Almost done, smile.
I'm not done yet! That's not fair. What did he say? Something rock, something death. I think I might have to... It's already midnight and I have work tomorrow. Let me save. But my question is, if I were to find... Oh, Spectacle Rock. Maybe I should at least try to find Spectacle Rock before I leave today's stream. And then do, the dungeon. Stay up. No, I will be tired. And I have like a 9:30 a.m. meeting. So, nah. I'll beat the game tomorrow. And then we can start Zelda 2. Assuming that I can beat the dungeon. We'll see. I'm not, as I said, this isn't a marathon. I'm not in any rush to, like, do it. Spectacle Rock is the entrance, yeah. Is it that snail rock? Is there a hint? Like a fun, like, little hint? Like, don't tell me hint, but like, oh, if I don't even know. Like a riddle. Plenty of time? Not for me. Zane, hello! Thank you for the raid. Hello. Hello. Actually, Zane, I spoke to Todd. I knew I forgot to tell you something. I'm gonna leave abbreviations alone. People do them all the time. It's okay. It's okay. Imton, just, I used to have it as a rule to not do abbreviations, but at this point, people do them all the time, and it's whatever. Just try your best not to curse, guys. Hi, Felicity! Hi, Zane! How are y'all doing? How's Ella going? We are in the last dungeon! We just did dungeon 8. That was 8, right? 8. 9? Was that 9? What number was that one? Now I have to find something called Spectacle Rock because the old man told me to do so. Oh god. But I have no idea what that is. I'm gonna look around. Is it obvious? Maybe that's why I haven't seen it. Maybe there's a place I have not investigated or something. It was 8. Oh, okay. 9 is the, oh, okay. 9 is the one that I'm heading to. Okay. Is that a rock? Oh, there's a rock. Maybe that's the rock. Maybe this is the entrance. Maybe this is the entrance. No, no, no. No. It's a snail. Spectacle. Spectacle? Spectacles? Like glasses? Spectacle. Like a wonder? Like a wow! It's like a spectacle. Like glasses? I don't remember seeing a rock with glasses. Let me look around. Don't say anymore. Don't say anymore. I'll find it. A Korok? Korok? Alright, we're gonna find this rock that has glasses. The power croissant. I have the Holy Bible. That's all you need, right? Power of God and anime on my side. Yeah, that's what I thought. You're gonna try to get me. Don't touch me. A rock with glasses. There's rocks falling down. Lionels. Oh, maybe they're by the Lionels. Lionels are a pain in the rear end. Maybe they're by the Lionels. I remember like... Oh. Are these glasses? These look like glasses. Ow. Good job? Okay, well hold on. If I play a song, Or will it take me to the dungeon? Okay, yeah, I don't want to go. Okay, don't ask what I'm doing. Death. The spectacle rock. What was the hint again? Spectacle rock, something death. This is my first time, Alex. Try the bombs again. Okay, I have 7. Here, let me save before I keep wasting my bombs. How are you supposed to know that it was that eyeball? Oh. Oh, this is spooky. Whoa. Oh my god, this is gonna give me some major anxiety. Oh my god. Alright, we're gonna create a safe spot here. Wow! We made it to the last dungeon! Cannon's Fortress, I'll call it. Or aka the 9th dungeon.